Hello?
Hello. Hello. Cosmic Seeds is at the Don Juan play about. Milo had a shitty day. Mine was pretty boring today. So, noob series. I had no plan. And actually just want to experiment a bit. Will is here. Hope you didn't have a shitty day like Milo did. Slow day here, just working on a keyboard. Oh, he's working on a keyboard. I'm not sure what I'm working on. Something, sampling, trying different things. First of all, I want to try out something automation stuff, the railroad. And also want to try out with my sample things. Maybe I have to. Can I actually? So deleting doesn't work, so because I have plenty of doubles in there, so I might get rid of those. That's good. Can't you just add a button here? Let's try. Delete. file, delete, no sign. Not sure if that's working. Let's see. Recycle, no, confirm. Just gonna try it. Let's see. Date. Ha! That works. So that works. Let's make customize toolbar. This that icon. Delete. 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 What could I? Oh, let's add him. That's good. Tigrill. So now I got a button. Because I thought instead of just me making, forcing myself not just to stream on a specific day, but also when I'm in the mood and just trying different things out, kind of not a real tutorial, but figuring out stuff. And a bit of chatting, a bit of experimenting. So now I got myself some nice, interesting button to delete my samples, because Loop Cloud tends to, it is a bit weird with Loop Cloud. You can export, drag and stuff, because I'm not sure how it treats those things. Because if I'm gonna load it here. Let's see here. If I go into edit, I can make a track, I think it's 4 or 6 combinations. I'm always experimenting. Yeah. And I thought, instead of just mumbling on my own in front of the PC here, I could also stream the whole process, me figuring out stuff. Because when you look at it, dragging advanced, because processed separate file, current mix, original file, processed current track, and that probably is the untreated, but because you can actually do things and add effects. So I'm actually keeping this one, use custom folder, and then that should be okay, because I'm not sure if that button was actually there before, the reload button. So I'm just going to test if I export like that base here. So it's downloading and it should appear in my folder. What was it called? Oops. Now my loop cloud disappeared. Thou shall not disappear. Okay, now it's probably not. Viral Beats is here. I might have to reload my... It was something to do with L. So I'm going to reload my Reaper because something isn't working as it should. Because it loaded not there where it should be. So, Loop Cloud, open app. There you are. Okay. I might make it a bit smaller to see my chat when it's loaded. Okay. It's actually afternoon. Track of day. Will, you in your man cave again? Wabbit! Crazy Wabbit is here. So, I did get, what was it? The Afro L56. L56. And it was the drums. So, Media Explorer. Why? If I... there it is. Okay. There it is. Because I don't want to drag out from Loop Cloud. Because when I drag from Loop Cloud, it makes a new copy. How are you doing, Wabbit? Wabbit hearing nice sound effects. Might add new one.
Hey, dude. I rock.
This one.
Yeah.
So dragging isn't really a good option. So I will use the Media Explorer. And then drag it into my stuff here. Okay. And then let's see. And normally you should no. Okay, that works. Let's see. Works? Okay. That works. So if I do, I'll leave it like that. Let's see if I can actually randomize. Oh, so that can actually be automated. Haha. If I do, let's see, touched. Let's see if I get it down and then add some points. Pointy! I need some points. Just a small peak. Let's see if that works. Mm-hmm. Aha. That works. So that works. Okay. So if I make it, maybe it is a bit big. If I do this. I'm experimenting here. It does sound a bit weird, but it makes maybe not such a good idea, but so it is possible. Sound like a little Indiana Jones. Yeah, might. Sometimes you get, depending maybe on the sample, if you just do like 2. And then automate. Either you can actually switch off this, on off, that works, automation works, volume works too, haha. And that works. So if I do, let's see, this one active, so now it's switched off. And then if I add some points here, here, here. Because I did see Kai using it, so that should work. I do it like this. But if I in here, if I do a bit of switching like this, and make it a bit more glitchy maybe. Jazz Dude is here. Jazz Dude. Let's see my sampling here.
Hello.
So let's see if I do. Let's get a bit closer here. So if I do more points, if I do it, on every beat, and my beat, and maybe get rid of that one, and then so this activates some kind of rhythm. Hehe. So that works. Came from the light, must leave for Cubase Hangout. Ah, Cubase Hangout today. That's always a very, very long one. So now if I do just a loop here, or not, maybe not the loop, not yet. I might have to change. Maybe I have to going to tweak something. Grid. Start of measure. Start of beats. Start of beats. Make it very green. Green. Vata green. Make it same. Yeah. Save it. Yes, that's mine. Ta-ta. Funky Bassman. Tuesday and Friday, 7 p.m. CT. It's 4 hours. Oh my. But with all my blah blah and stuff like that, my streams are, yeah, 3.5, 4. Bit the same. But the thing is, I think it was Andy once. He streamed, or he did go live when I was live, and he said, "Oh, sorry, you know." But hi Don, if you watch out. Oh now, except maybe if you want to join yourself. But if you're a streamer and sometimes when you have a stream plan, like many do and others not, some stream just like they want to, it's your channel. You stream when you want to, even if maybe other people can't join or can't watch. You can't rewatch. So that's an option. You don't really, because if you take care, and now he's streaming, and now maybe he's streaming, you don't get to stream at all. I know the Twitch streamers do the same. I know, for example, Odo Sendadokai had his day on Thursday night, evening, and we said, yeah, I mean, we Reaper people try to be polite about it with it. Yeah, you can, but I mean, you look after your own channel, and then Order is back. Oh, that's good. It's like the hardware jam people do their hardware jam. It's not a real stream. It's more like playing the videos of people doing their stuff for the hardware jam. And it's on Mondays, and then the Cubase people had theirs, and he had internet. Yeah, he did. I know Urdo did a test stream like 2 days ago, a bit late. I couldn't join because I was going to bed, but yeah, it's impossible not to overlap. Yeah, I mean, when you look at on YouTube, there may be, especially in the audio domain, you got less streamers than like on Twitch. But if you imagine you're a gaming streamer and you take care of what others do, you don't get to. I'm still interested in Bitwig and how to squeeze something out. Me too. I'm still trying to squeeze anything out of it, but the thing is, once you get into a certain software, like Jazz Dude is a big Cubase user, it's very hard to switch or get used to. Hello, I'm Experimentations for Reaper. Yeah, because even like Mardix, who does these, it's not live, it's recorded production videos, you don't quite follow what he's actually doing, because he's making his music, and then, yeah, that's it. That's why he doesn't get that many views, because people don't really see, okay, what is he doing? What is that? And I have a feeling it's the only DAO now with something. Yeah, you have to, when you look at Bitwig, and I say, and many others, Bitwig is an instrument with DAW functionalities. It's not like any other, and you have to approach it like an instrument, like you approach the synthesizer like Falcon, Omnisphere, Contact, Avenger. It's like a big workstation, like you buy a Yamaha or Korg or Roland or whatever. You got a workstation, and Bitwig is a workstation as a software. And Reaper is different. You tweak, you it's not meant to play live, though it can work, but it's not the same. But Bitwig is like Ableton. It's an instrument. You jam, you tweak, and you compose right on the spot, like that. I think that's why some like it more than others, probably. I think. I watched some Studio One Cubase video, but it's usually just high over the C, technically don't apply to. Yeah, that's the other point. When you watch, I do have channel that treats Cubase, Bitwig, even have channels that people work in FL Studio, Reason, Renoise, all kinds of stuff. And some things you can relate, and some definitely not. But I'm more like, oh, that's an interesting idea. Can I do that in my own software? If not, okay. But they all different. Some more powerful than others. Mike is here. How dare you invade my lunch break? Oh, Mike is on. So Tennessee got lunch break. Okay. Mike is on lunch break. Oh, sorry. How high is your monster cam? Above your monitor, it's about, I can't measure. It's about I found it on Amazon, I think. Because my lights are, because I bought the lights from, forgot the name, some Chinese company. I should put this on waiting area so patient can watch. That's a good idea. I'm entertaining the patients. Because it's an Elgato cam, it doesn't really come with, you can fix it above the monitors, but that's not an option. So I looked for, it's a 3-piece, it's fixed. I can move it's in 3 parts, so you can move it around. I could actually, the top part, I can move it down so it's closer, or I can even move it away. So it's pretty practical. I don't know the brand anymore, and it's just almost the same principle as the desktop fixation for the lights, because the lights, when I bought them, it's a kit that comes with its own support, but the problem is they're quite big, and I couldn't fit them in my setup, so I searched for other options, and I found those. You can actually, it's like in it's made for cameras and lights, so it's very practical. That's an afternoon. But the thing for the cam, I just fixed the cam up, so it's very useful. Because I first thought I had, I think I don't have it here. I have a small tripod, but it was, I thought, because putting the tripod on the desk, but that put the camera way too close. I'm very ugly, so so I better hide myself. That's why I thought, put the camera up. That's a good viewpoint to see me. You don't see me, the ugly face here. You just see my. I had it a bit more this way, but I thought that would actually, with the screen, that would make actually quite a good view, I think. So that works if I do it with another sample. There is one other sample that is a bit more complex. This one. If I do that one, that's the L56. Where's my Media Explorer? Export it. I'm going to use that one. And components, maybe use it 6. Factorize. Okay. So if I do... The only thing is, there is no 16th. Don't know why. Let's put it on 8. Make it randomize. So let's sound... That makes it interesting. So I hope you have a good lunch, Mike. So that technique works far better. So I could 16 I can beats 8. Is that the tempo? Okay, that's... We'll play half speed in. Oh, you can go up to 256. How does that sound? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's the crazy part of the Anemone stuff. Actually, I didn't... It's been a while that I actually heard anything from Anemone. Not sure if they actually... no. Let's see if there's an update. Didn't get actually not much of a email stuff. And that is the Factoid 2. I'm on the 2.2, so there's no update. Okay, that's good. Reverb-esque. So let's see if I... So 256 is... If I play it on 16, maybe. And if I make it more glitchy... no, 32 is slower, faster. That's better. Okay. I could use the automation for the volume. And even, can I actually automate? Let's just track. If I, the stretch, no, okay, the shift doesn't work. It does. Shift right. Not always. Shift right, but not left. That's odd. Shift left 3. It's not always relaxing. All envelopes. There must be quite a on off. Oh my goodness. Shift. Okay. So maybe the last touch isn't such a good idea. More textural than rhythmic. Yeah, it depends on actually what you want to achieve. And that's another thing. When they published Sloom, there was quite a fuzz on YouTube. And a very tiny bit for the factoid stuff and the factor synths, because those are older, and yeah, since they didn't release any new stuff, it kind of disappeared from the plugin channels. They found new stuff. So imagine if you play it like this. And then adding if you do a delay on it, delay. I could actually use Gaffle, but then I have to render it out. Where are my delays? Delay. Maybe I'm gonna try a bit my delays here. Delay architect, Jean-Pierre Simolando. I don't know what it is, but it's that one. Okay. That actually, let's see. Because I'm not sure how this thing actually works. That's quite odd. Load patch is no patch. I have to check the delay architect. Delay architect. A visual musical editor. It's on GitHub. A visual musical delay effects. There is no manual, something like that. Docs. Not really. So okay. Because there was only an image. Reminds me of the Silver Shamrock. Oh my god. Happy Halloween, Halloween. Babilo. I've never seen these plugins before. Then you come to the right place. I'm crazy for plugins. I'm not sure what this thing actually does. That's a tab. It's very odd. Might have to watch It seems to work, but there's no delay. Might have to actually check if to find a video about it. I do have this one. What's that one? Oh, that's an KVR. I do like that one. Davey has more plugin than most companies who sell plugins. Not yet. I did uninstall a few. I think there might be Aimer Hunter who has more. I did uninstall the Audio Modern stuff, the Imaginando stuff, and everything related to native instruments except the isotope stuff. That's what it's uninstalled, and some of the free orchestral stuff like Spitfire, Vienna Orchestra, and some other weird thing I had, because I have no use for that stuff. And the only orchestral sounding sound I got in UVI or SoundPaint or Arturia with the augmented stuff. So I don't really have a need, and I also wanted to make these spontaneous streams too, because like Will said, I do have plenty, especially kind of a lot of free stuff that you sometimes find on KVR or other places. Like when you watch Aimer Hunter, you always get some crazy plugin on GitHub and whatever. Then you downloaded it, you install it, and then you completely forgot about it, right? I'm off to this to Hans Sim along with Johnny there. Doing a Facebook, Cockney accent in private. Have fun, funky basement. Can actually even freeze it. Is there an out here? Not really. Here. Now it actually really sounds, yeah, catch you. Might do still maybe one this week, especially on Saturday. Let's see. Now it really sounds like Mike said, that shamrock thing from Halloween. The funny thing, I still don't really know why they actually made that movie totally outside of the Mike Myers line of stuff. Many people like especially the fans of the franchise, why did they make, it's a Halloween movie, but the first one, you got a serial killer who then he disappears, and then suddenly make a movie that has nothing to do with it. Kind of weird. Kind of very weird. So now if I do my envelope here, maybe on this one, if I do shift left 1, shift right, I could, if I activate it, and then use my, where did I get that one? This one? No, not that one. The other one. And not this one. This one. Trying to make money regardless of, probably. But that's like when you watch the Friday the 13th, because for many it only started to be a franchise after part 2, because the first one, the killer, actually was the mom. There was no Jason. Jason was dead, and she kind of revenged her son by killing the young deviates. And then in the end, suddenly Jason comes out of the lake, and then you don't have to try to understand Hollywood anyways. So if I do this, maybe I have to switch my to 1, otherwise I do have too many. If I do step, let's see if that works. Do a step here. Let's see. Maybe if I do it like this. Not sure if it's gonna work, but keep the plugin in. It seems to work. Andy's here. It's like the music industry, they're all crazy and just trying to make money It's all about money anyway. the dollar. It's all about the dollar. the green. How do they call it? Not the green Manalishi, but so that works. And if I do the volume, but that is actually, let's see, the volume, this one, last touched. So that's the gain 1. And if I do all, let's see, gain 2, gain 3, gain 8. Okay, gain 1. Gain 1 touched, and this. If I do no, not like this. Voila. That's maybe a bit too fast. So that's maybe not with this. If I not with the envelope palette. If I do like that, and then maybe a sign. Baseline like that. No, the baseline. But like that. Oops. So that works. If I do the same on gain 2, and I do sine, cycles, but like this. So that's actually working. With 2-pronged horn. Side to me, yeah. So that actually works. Fax pooled copies. So you can actually tilt it to make it skew fast. I didn't use the automation items a lot. I actually only started using automation not so long ago. So I'm actually trying to learn it. It is actually easier in Bitwig. You just load. You're making me really consider. Tigreal, you in the same situation and as I was. I think the first time I heard about Anemond, I'm not sure, because I had the site already in my links, and I think it was Databros maybe, or did I found another channel? I don't know, and then forgot about it, and because I did see their the factor sins. I did see it in a video, and I said, "Ooh, that's." I think it was Ben Jordan on a live stream or something like that, where he showed the plugin, and I said, "Ooh, that's an interesting concept," because they apparently developed it first for Ableton Max for Live. You know, I have major gas like me. You like me then? And I saved it, and then they published Sloom, that time stretching plugin, and I think it was Alex Reed who did a video about it when they published it. And I said, ooh, because everybody knows Paul Stretch and the new version, the X Stretch, but it's a bit old school and quirky, and then Sloom is easier to handle than the Paul Stretch stuff. And I thought, yeah, I might grab those. And they're not that expensive when you compare what they can do. And a lot of live apps, I wish they would port to. Yeah, that's for the Max for Live stuff. But that's like, there's some cool tools in Reaper with JS, like the Toucan plugins. You can't use them in Ableton, Bitwig, and whatever. So it's, I do get it why some companies, Reaper is maybe different because it's outside developers doing scripts and plugins for adding to Reaper, because Reaper doesn't really have anything except a few. But that's how these companies say, oh, I got everything you want. I got spectral plugins, modulation, and like Bitwig, I got a note grid and a modulation grid, and you can design your own sounds and sequences and whatever. And then Max for Live, oh, I got all kinds of crazy stuff. And yeah, they all, oh, that's interesting, I want to buy it. Cornish Waves is it. So yeah, it's a business. So, and then depending on the music you do, you actually gonna need those tools. But that's like the hardware people. Andy should know it. Like a drone module or some crazy sequence model for a Eurorack. Wow. Wow. Can do things. Do I have enough money to buy that? Oh, yes. Oh, that sounds good. Or the new, the MPC guys. Oh, sampler. Oh, a new limited edition. Oh, yeah. I think it's musicians, producers. But it's with every hobby. When you got the Warhammer nerds with the tabletop, and there's a new range coming out. Oh, a new range. I know I can paint those tanks and orcs and monsters, and I can make my army bigger. Oh yeah, that's my. But it's a business, and hobbies are expensive. And if you go professional, you still struggle. Ooh, should I really buy a new guitar or a new pedal or a new amp or a new synthesizer or a double bass, new cymbals? Oh, might need that. A new microphone for the singer, new lights for the show, new pyro effects. It's, yeah, hobbies and money and crazy stuff. So that actually works with the volume, but it might even let's see. If I don't do it, oops. So that actually works. So we got something that works. So I might test something else. Isomatic is here. So I know that automation works. So let's see. Let's keep that everything up here. I'll keep it for later. No. So let's make a new one. What else do we got? Media Explore effects. I was on the element. Maybe let's try a factor synth a bit. It's a bit more special, but Factory does like us. Yeah, it actually, when you look at it, it's Factoid 2, it's, what was it? $29. Because the difference is with Factor Synths, it has more options than the Factoid. Factoid is one sample, and of course you can do multiple instances, of course. But when Alex Reed showed this one, it's interesting. He combined like vocals and drums. That was quite interesting. So let's see. I do have drums here. If I just load one, no matter what one. Media. Let's refresh. So that goes here. Okay. And it's the same functions. Let's loop it to host. But you have to actually can load presets. It's like a spectral synthesizer. It's actually quite interesting when working with samples. And for example, you don't have like Bitwig spectral plugins, stuff like that. And if I load something not drum, like maybe piano. If I do a guitar, on the second one, don't hear it. Well, that's the panning. That is the volume. You can make really crazy things with it. I don't know if Isomatic had it. I know he's doing drum and bass and rhythms. It's you can actually up the resolution, algorithm, iterations, okay. Okay, the range sound, okay. Okay. And if I load something else, I don't have this plugin. The main plugin I'd be using probably would be the Bloom Drum Breaks one. Seen something similar, but can't think of what it is right now. There are similar, actually, is there? When it comes to sample, you can actually, what funny is, you can actually draw things like the makes it even more crazy. Could just use one. Oh, that sound. Can slow it down. Okay. If you actually load something else instead of drums, not this one. Maybe if I just use this one. Aha! So you actually can randomize. So depending on trying out the Bloom plugin. Inverted Popes is here. Oh, thanks for joining. Bloom plugin. Bloom. That name sounds Bloom VST. Oh, that's that's the Ugg Sound EQ stuff. Not sure if I got it here. Some say it's good. Some say it's depends on what actually you're looking for, because they did change something, probably because people saying their plugins are quite expensive. When you look at it, it's $200, and like the Suze, it's 200. Spiff is 100. Cut or boost transients. Because now you can actually get it on rent to own. And I'm wondering if companies slowly, I know, for example, Arturia has the 4 times payment on their big range, like the FX and the V collection. You can do rent to own on Splice, some stuff on Plugin Boutique. Who else does rent to own? Minimal Audio is kinda rent to own, and Faceplant, you could say, actually is kinda rent to own, even though you got a voucher when you pay 12 months, and then you can actually buy licenses. It's still not very much used in many domains. Maybe it's more complicated to set up. I don't know. Melda production is rent to own, because something think it's a subscription, but it isn't. Actually, Melda, when you buy the complete bundle, it is actually rent to own, because you pay monthly until you... The X-Side... I thought you were talking about the Ugg sound stuff. The sample stuff. Yeah, actually, Isomatic, good news. If you might wait to actually buy the X-Side audio things, because I had made a comment on Plugin Boutique's last stream when they showed the new one, and I wrote, because if it's another sample player, it's why? Because you can't load your own. Because I did buy the vocal one, because I thought I could actually later put my own vocal samples in it and tweak it, but that doesn't work. But apparently Plugin Boutique said X-Side Audio is working on an update for beginning 2025 that includes loading your own samples in their new range. And Tigreal said, curious why you uninstalled Native Instrument stuff. The funny thing is, I had only free stuff, very old stuff that I once bought FM8 and what was it? The Massive stuff, and the other one for $20, and I actually never used it. It's too small to actually really work for me with my bad eyes, but it's the how they handle things. And you had a discussion with someone on Mike's Discord. The guy actually uses quite a lot Native Instruments Contact. He has paid libraries and stuff, and he's not very happy on how they handle things. Been having a lot of issues with their plugins since too. Yeah, and he had the same problem. Some stuff not really working well. I can't say I'm a real fan of Native Instruments. Contact is an awesome thing, but they should actually improve instead of deprove. Well, nice. I'll hold off to then. Yeah, the new range should be the only. The Bloom plugins. Or what they got? 2 vocal plugins. One for bass, I think, and the new one with the Foley rhythm stuff. So I will actually wait until the new update to actually replace them, maybe with... They're more expensive than Audio Modern, but if you can load your own sample, that might get interesting. It's kind of... because they kind of work like the arcade stuff, but in arcade you can't load your samples. And it's subscription only, so... I only kept one subscription, that's enough. But wait, and then once the update is out, it's not sure when, but he said it's gonna be early quarter 2025, so a decent sampler stuff. It's working better than NI. Yeah, I think slowly people moving. It's like I always thought, why isn't possible that they do updates on their plugins like UI scaling? It took them ages, and now with the new Contact, the UI scaling did get better. But still, why so long? It's way too long. It's when you look at it, 4K screens do exist for years, and you don't really do proper UI scaling. Imagine using their old stuff like FM8 or massive stuff on a 4K monitor. And even an old Contact version, you can't. That's a no-go. And lots of stuff. And then installing libraries. I had problems. I had third-party libraries that I did get for free. And once you uninstall it, you have to grab those again, because it shows up in the installer, but you can't install them. As you do. That's why I said Reaper to no high DPI screen. Yeah, and I think since the new updates, and they're always changing stuff. Like now, because I tried to get the new update for Contact 8, and the native access didn't show up any update. So I did go to the site, and you have to register for complete start, and still didn't install anything. So for me, native instruments, and yeah, it's like many companies. I was not a real huge fan. I like to use some of the stuff from Imaginando, and they took ages to have a VST3 version of Frames, and now they updated Frames, but the libraries don't work. So you load the plugin, and all the libraries that were installed and did work in the old VST version, now with the VST, don't work, and it doesn't even download them. So, yeah. And their BAM plugin had problems when you use it on a stereo channel. You didn't get outputs. You have to load it as multi-out to actually have the sound playing. So, yeah, Invert Popes is on version 7. The thing is, when you actually invested in such a company and the libraries, Some, some get free and some cheaper and stuff. But it's an investment. And then they slowly started to fuck up. You say, why should I actually still support that? I'm still, I can't be bothered updating. Yeah, I had a contact player. I never used it. So I thought, well, I'll give it another shot, but nah. The only plugin that I actually paid for was the old stuff. And I almost did buy some libraries for the old synthesizer, and then I said, why? I never will use it anyway. Get it off the chair. Yeah, it's like with everything. Why they suddenly do things like without asking their users? We all have our plugin problems. Yeah. And some plugins are buggy, some do crash, and stuff like that. And you ask yourself, why can't they, like with the Audio Modern stuff, when you load like Playbeats 3 in Reaper, the preview of the samples of the libraries you installed, they didn't play. And they knew about it, and they didn't fix it. And then loading it as a plugin and creating presets on the fly didn't work either. So, don't use plugins. Yeah, Andy, when you have hardware, you don't have much of those problems, but getting old. That's a lot incomplete, but really disappointing in the workability. Yeah, it's you get to a point when you said it's not working for me anymore. And imagine working professionally with such a stuff, and then you see why I have to make money with it, and it doesn't work. So you get frustrated. So, yeah. I got no music today, so I'm gonna take a short break. Enough ranting. So, be right back. I'm back. Oh, I'm missing in chat here. Tracks the community to get to. When I dropped, I isotope most things. Yeah, probably because when you look at the new releases from Isotope, like the upgrade from Trash and the new Reverb plugin, when you look at the UI, Plenty said it's ugly. So another thing, slowly companies killing off themselves. So I have some expensive Spitfire audio libraries and I can. Yeah, someone actually mentioned, because Spitfire, you don't own anything, even if you pay for the library. So that's another thing to consider. I have plenty of Isotope stuff. Some I get for free, like Element stuff and older instruments. And I didn't like the fact when I had RX-8, there was a standalone version, and with the new version they dropped it, so you have to load it as a plugin. Why you do that? It's a thing for mastering and doing stuff outside. So and well, another thing with Audio Modern, when Dash Glitch, I do understand his frustration. When he launched his first video, he presented the new plugin as a contact killer with a exclamation mark. But then suddenly he got, it isn't what they told me it is. So the plugin isn't free. You have to buy a library. The libraries are small. The MPE doesn't really work, and it's not really a contact killer at all. Yeah, you get disappointed. So we all have things you don't need, and your divorce source most of it out for me. Some out of bad things come good things, and you mean to take away from you. So yeah, okay, ranting. So with the volume, because here it doesn't. Does it load the 2? So it's best on. You can actually, apparently, you can record things here. Aha, that's good. What is the reset spectral show? Ah, okay, that's a reset when you draw things. Okay. I just learned so much from you guys. I'm always wanting to ask them. Well, that's actually, tell you, that's no problem. That's why I'm actually streaming. You learning, me learning. Because the thing is, the last 2 years, no, probably 2 years, since I gotten deeper into the audio stuff, I started buying plugins with my gas. And I think I used like Will said, he has so many plugins, so many. I still keep buying stuff, and then you install it, you launch it. Oh, interesting, nice, and then you don't use it like for months or weeks or. So you wonder, why the heck did I actually buy it? But we humans tend to be collectors. Some tend to, like, there are guys who maybe buy every NPC that's actually released from day one to today. I know, for example, the Ian Pooley, who is a tech house producer that I actually interviewed years ago, and he collects old Akai samplers and stuff like that. And I don't know how he does it. He finds those things in prestige. They look like new, but I don't know how he does it, how he finds them. But it's like Rob Acid, who has a studio. When you look at what kind of stuff he has, or look at Heinbach, who collects weird instruments and radio stuff, or the guy, his new good friend, Hello Mom No Computer, who has a museum with stuff you what the heck? Only such great funny that I look at. Yeah, the thing is, I show plugins and then I experiment, but I don't do it like, for example, when you watch Data Bros. It is interesting what he does. He streams, he does write in chat, but there's more chatting than actually explaining stuff. And he never talks. Don't know why. Is his English bad? I don't know. Doesn't he have a mic? But he plays around with it, and yeah, that's it. You just try to understand what he does, but and yeah, you don't really. I would like to have an explanation to actually not just seeing the plugin or the instrument or whatever, and actually knowing how it works. And I'm trying to slowly, for myself, learning how the stuff that I bought actually work, because I do like to, for example, even make my own presets, because all the synthesizers and effects I bought, I when I stream or something like that, I load the preset. Oh, good preset, sounds good. Okay, that's it. So I would like to actually learn to make my own in some plugins it may be easier. Like for example here, the Anemone stuff. It's easier to you load a sample and you tweak around to oh, that sounds good. That's how it works. Save it. And then there are more complex samplers, but even more complex when you look at glitch machines. I started using glitch machines almost 2 years ago and still don't comprehend how they fucking work. There's so much stuff in there. Though the UI doesn't really help, the manuals could be better. You don't actually find a lot of videos about them, and that's the other problem. You got the plugin channels who do like the typical 15 minutes presentation of a plugin. Oh, here's a new one. Play around with it. Oh, you can do this and can do that. And that's it. That's why I do like, for example, a channel like One Man and His Songs. He does videos, not just 15 minutes. Sometimes he makes 15, half an hour, and then he makes a whole series of a plugin, and then he describes every aspect of the plugin. How you tweak, how you do make sounds, what function it has, does it have a sequence effects, and how the oscillators work and stuff like that. And yeah, he uses his own that he bought, and he takes his time. And I would actually like to have more channels like that. There are quite very few channels who actually still do that. Venus Theory stopped making those. Don't know if there's... I know Alchemy still sometimes does small faceplant stuff and Bitwig, and there's not a lot of channel who goes deep into plugins. Yeah, they do a presentation. I know Alex Reed made a video about factor synth and said, oh, interesting, it sounds like that, 15 minutes. And that's it. For some, maybe it's enough, but and then you get, of course, some plugin companies that YouTubers actually never features, like glitch machines, like other brands that sometimes you see in a stream. Someone using like a Battalion, or the stuff from Unfiltered Audio, or many others. Yeah, it's maybe their own interest, I don't know. But I want to learn. That's what I'm interested from day one. I'm not talented enough to produce videos like that. Yeah, I when you mention that, I had the idea at first, should I make tutorials? But when you make tutorials on a plugin or a DAW, it's preparation. So for yourself, you have to learn it, how it functions, make notes, and then make some kind of script, and then you produce your videos, you cut your videos, and then, okay, the video is good, you upload it, maybe it's going to be successful or not, but in the end I think, I don't have time for that. I don't have the time to sit all day experimenting with a plugin and then trying to record the stuff and making scripts. I have a job and I'm sometimes tired. That's why I said streaming, that might help. And I could have made a stream like I had on Twitch. I prepared my set with VCV Rack, and then I press play, and that's it. So, TV pillar. But that's boring. I could have just make, playing DJ. Thought about it, but then made that. That's boring. That's for other people. But actually experimenting and finding out how stuff works in the plugins and also in the DAW like Reaper. I could make a whole series on. I'm still finding out stuff, and glad I don't use like Cubase. More complicated stuff like I don't know, more deeper stuff. One day I will try Bitwig again. Maybe I'm gonna make a series about it, but I think I leave Bitwig for now to those actually really into it. I stick with my Reaper stuff and actually trying to find out how to work things out. And yeah. So that's the volume main. The only thing is what actually funny is if I do, it could be better displayed here. I would have actually liked, you can actually draw thing here. That's one. But it doesn't draw the red ones. Tile random. That's another thing. Reach. Well, that might be interesting if I do. Let's see. 16. Hash saturation required up to. Oh. Better not. So let's keep it at. Let's try 12. Okay. How does that sound? You can actually mix the original sound into the interesting. Paul Artola, being a Reaper user since 2000, things been embraced with VCV in my studio these days. Yeah, VCV rack. That's another monster. I started out with it, and I watched a lot of Omnicore and stuff. But then I kind of lost interest in it because it's complicated, and as I don't have pro version, because I really would have loved to load it as a VST to make crazy stuff, but VCV is a pussycat. Yeah, it's a model. I still have it. I even bought models, but I do have also voltage modular. Complicated as opposed to your screen. I did actually putting cables in it. Actually, which I once tried to make a patch without thinking about it. Patch from scratch. I couldn't work it out. I only use free version of my videos with VCV and VCV. Yeah, that's a bit like Omni does. Have you tried? I do have Cardinal installed. It can load as VST, but Cardinal doesn't load my paid modules. It only loads the free ones. Might have to one day get back to it, but not for now. It's someday. Who knows? There is one actually, like trying to find information about voltage modular. You see a lot of channel actually using VCV in all kinds of forms, but voltage modular, it's a big monster. It's can get quite expensive, and you wonder why isn't it more featured on YouTube? I know Venus Theory made a few videos about it and then we stopped. I know sometimes James Dyson still using it. And there's another guy, he's a retired German tech nerd, kind of. He actually wrote a book about it. A series of books you can buy as PDF on his site, and I thought that might be an interesting idea to understand how it works, because you don't really find any information, and I'm not ready yet. I already struggle making a preset in a normal VST plugin, then imagining me using a modular system and then make a patch from same time we evaluated both, choose VCV and give props to yeah, the thing is, when multi-modular can get quite expensive, because the plugin, sometimes you get whole packages, and they're not very, yeah, you can buy them on sale, but it isn't cheap, not at all. So, okay, now I know how this works. It's actually pretty simple. Let's see. Save that one for later. Let's add another one. What else do we got? FX browser. Zoom I do. That's Arturia. I know how Arturia works. Kick drum. That's only effects. Audio damage. Quanta, I do know how it works. That's a piano, not interesting. That's no instrument. I do have more effects than instruments, actually. I still have that installed. I don't use it. Uh-huh. Having a template framework for making tracks of sound. Yeah, that works. Why would you take my money? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you get, I do love Arturia stuff. No instrument, effects. Maybe go into my folders. What else could I try out? I still haven't installed. I did put all my old stuff here. What else do I feel in the mood for? I could try. Let's go out of the. I'm back into the glitch machine stuff. So convex is an effect, I think. Yeah, the convex is an effect. Okay. Convex is an effect. Cryogen is an instrument. No, cryogen is an effect. Cryogen is fracture. Was it effect? That's an effect. Okay. And we got two of these. Hysteresis is an effect, I think. Yeah. The crazy ones. And there's quadrant, I think it's a fact. That one actually. Hi, Uncle Chrome. He's here. That might be the craziest effect I have. I have no clue how it works. I have actually no clue. It's a multi-effect thing. So let's try out. Let's load some. If I load a sampler. Oops. Oh, it was 8 beats. So I could load the preset, but no. Oh, Maryland. Always from back to the room, but You're even more crazy than I am. Mono delay, stereo delay. Thing is, with glitch machine, you have to actually make it bigger to actually see the. They could have actually should have made the font better, because even when you look at it, when you try to load a preset, it's really good. You can't read them, even with my glasses on. So, oh my goodness. So you don't even know what to. They should have. That's another thing. So you got a huge load of presets. But you don't really know what it is. Shade rooms. Some names you get, but oh my goodness. Trippy. Oh my. Plugin UIs are the bane of my existence. Windows magnifying tools. And I actually ranted a bit because, for example, you got glitch machine stuff. The UI is scalable, okay? That isn't scaled with it, barely. And you actually don't have, like for example, you don't have any tooltips. So you actually don't have any clue what is actually happening. So let's experiment, and we don't have to put it on record, I think. Let's load, okay, mono delay. So there should be let's see if what is that? Module type selection, right click from menu, plug in input level control, output level control, drag an output node to an input to create a connection. Delete, right click on an output node to an input node, okay. There's no, that thing doesn't work, so okay, left, okay, up, okay. That's a long preset though. Yeah, that's the thing with VCV. The zooming. Switchable patch where you have a signal passing, it sounds like a second. So the signal flow should be actually. So you can't. Maybe just load one. You see, that's when you look at it, you have no clue what's going on. That's why sometimes just loading presets is easier than to actually make a preset from scratch. I do have I should have actually have the manual. That is the quadrant. The thing is, with such a complex plugin, why is it just 31 pages? Something with an intuitive yet deep modular workflow. From the Node trends to pursue our own vision, how it should look and sound. So that brings the fun factor of patching hardware modules into the software domain while giving instance calling use abbreviated naming convention through its interface to fully understand the structure and functionality of modules. I highly recommend that you read through the entirety of this user guide. So, okay. Let's load. There was in it. So it's an empty one. Yeah, 31 page. But I recently I got a plugin, and I think was a defunct plugin that some developer actually made available through another person for free. There was a manual included, and the manual was 2 pages. The manual is the white flag. When you look at like the manual from Reaper, there's hundreds of pages, and even the manual for Bitwig, it has 400 pages, but there is not much information in there, and it's not updated. Not really. So it's more like trial and error. And I do get why developers tend to have problems writing actual manuals. But Reaper has a team to keep the manual code. Yeah. It's like sometimes I think I do remember finding manuals on certain modules from VCV Rack, and I found one who had 100 pages for one module. But certain plugins, if you actually get a manual, so you're not surprised that you don't really find any tutorials on a plugin like this one, with a very small. There are tips. It says here, hover your mouse over any module's input or output node to reveal a floating tooltip displaying that node function. Let's see. If I load a preset, no matter what, maybe not. So actually one that is not free running. Okay. Now I gotta... Actually... I do get... Aha. There are tooltips. Yay. But funny enough, the tooltips don't really look like the image on the manual, actually. Clicking the light bulb icon photo section overlay, okay. That I did find out. You find several light bulb icons throughout the plugin's interface. Ah, that's these. Aha. So I'm figuring out stuff here. We're reading the fucking manual here. Located at the bottom of the footer, you find a exclamation. Clicking on this panic button will clear all internal buffers. Okay. So that's maybe to avoid feedback. Some quadrants want a feature animated visualizer to give you visual feedback. You can simplify the interface of patching when you can disable the animation. Okay. You surrender. Yeah, quadrant looks powerful. The thing is, everything from glitch machines, if you're looking for really, really powerful, crazy effects, I think glitch machine is one of the most powerful one company doing this crazy kind of stuff. The only one I could actually compare with similarities is unfiltered audio. It's a similar UI. Those two... Andy's going slope off. Cheers, Andy. I think Andy has a premiere today or tomorrow. That's actually I need into. Yeah, I think those two, glitch machines and unfiltered audio. And of course, not really similar, but powerful is the Air Windows stuff. But it's not modular, so you have to load every single plugin by itself. And it's different, totally different. It's less visual, but it's still very powerful. Is there anything else that kind of... There is one who makes... had made a spectral compressor. It's quite powerful. But when you look at this, it's... I just have to check. So the input, if I do get it right, so this is actually should be the sample. Because if I disconnect, so the input is the track, and then it goes into this, and it's kind of goes through this. And then you get actually slowly lost. Because, now I get it. So this input goes into this one, the fold. The fold got here, this is output. Now I get it. So this one goes into this one goes into this one. And you got these, actually has multiple outputs. Okay, so you got envelope, output, and input. And these are envelope outputs, some outputs. Ooh, this Airwind is an interesting collection too. Reminds me of, yeah, it's the developer has his own channel, and I watched a few videos. This guy is, it's the crazy professors of plugins. The thing he develops and the amount of stuff he releases, when you actually downloaded them separately, it's a huge amount. That's why I did actually get the consolidated plugin, and if you actually use VCV, there is a Air Windows module included. It's he's usually one of the default for that's yeah. And Air Windows, I do have the consolidated installed. I didn't really experiment with it, but now I'm actually now I get how this thing works. So, and then you get this one has the output going through. You can actually, now I know the company was thinking about with the same UI. It's another one who doesn't really get featured a lot. It's what is called, they do make instruments. I do have it on Madrona Labs. They're not cheap. They got 2 instruments and 2 or 3 effects. But the UI is a bit similar to this one, with a lot of modular connections. And I have tiny VCV and Air Windows, but I have so many great effects. Column delay, plateau, reverb. My aux was 99% of my videos. DL is here. DL, we're exploring. Trying to make stuff. So if I do get it, if you highlight, okay, highlight, the colors seem to be the same, mostly. And then, okay, so this one actually goes into the picture, and then the picture goes into the output. Oh my goodness. And these normally, what is this? So that's the modulation, pitch modulation, feedback modulation. Oh my goodness. So we could try actually. Clear patch. So if let's load something. No. So it is separated here. So that must be okay. So this is effects. This is kind of mix. It's kind of like a modular system. And these are actually like sample modulation. Aha. And that's sequencer. Aha. So if I just, let's see if I get a distortion. So you got I'm just trying to if I just use distortion, okay, I can't, okay, that's the fold left output shaper left. I don't really get why if I do this, no, oops, it should work actually. No, let's see. If I just do this, I don't hear anything. Should I load something in here? I don't know. No. Not really. Doesn't really work, does it? Oh, yeah, such a headache. A company, default installed everything in this thing. Work out. I do have, not everything I do have iKey. Yeah, that's when you mention, when you do like get the like the T-Rex stuff and Mixbox, I'm not sure, and the amplitude, I'm not sure either. At least the T-Rex stuff, they, yeah, like Will said, they install everything, but not everything works. Why I did actually bought it on sale, but I'm still not sure if I upgrade it for $100 to get a few models. But why don't I get any output here? So okay. Okay, that works. If I right, if I just use delay, So that actually works if I send the delay into a filter. And then the filter into this. Should work. There you go. I'm a slow learner. And sometimes you say learning by doing, but once I get the concept, I'm getting into it. But it's the same if I would actually spend more time, or if I read and watch the videos on VCV Rack, I would get it again. I do keep forgetting stuff. So does it work? Does it play? No. Can't change it. Why? Ah. Uh-huh. Interesting. So what is that? Cut-off modulation. Uh-huh. So you could actually load, like, see, LFO, and right. See if that works. No, doesn't work. Haha! That actually, that's the thing, when you're only loading presets, you don't actually remember what does what. I do have a small notion on what is an oscillator, what is a filter, an LFO, and sequences and filters and different types of filters, and it's when you get a bit of the basics, you Crown teases software have to program in sonic effects hardware. Learn VCV by watching, downloading, and dissecting early Omnicode. I did. I once bought his intensive beginners course. The whole video range was quite interesting, and I do have a book in German about VCVAC 2. I bought it and I didn't read it. That's typical me. I even have 3 books on mixing and production. I have 1 book about synthesizer, the only I could find, but then I don't read them. All voltages have a little voltages, but now I get it. So you actually could. So wave, try, okay, so that is the Okay. So that one goes to here. And I could actually... Can I load two? Aha! Actually does. Aha! Aha! I made my first patch in Quadrant. And I do have it for about 2 years. Let's not go to I have a book space. Yeah. I even bought, can you imagine, Warren Heward book, Produced Like a Pro. I did buy that book. And I wondered, why did I buy that? It actually can it, but there you actually have only so that is the cutoff modulation. It depends on probably how many things are in the module. So I could actually maybe try the feedback modulation. I can actually I can stack cables. Ha ha ha. So that actually works. It's actually a different approach when you look at multi-effects, like the stuff from Cable Guys and Devious Machines, or the Glitch 2, or the Effectrix plugins. They do function, it's the same principle, but Glitch Machine made it modular. You could actually load like Cardinal or VCV or Voltage modular and do the same thing, actually. Are you interested in pro audio engineering? That world where I'm too old for that. And I'm too deaf. I'm half deaf with tinnitus, and I'm almost 55 years old. Not really, 54, almost. So, pro audio engineering. No. If you would ask the question 30 years ago, I would have said, oh, that's an interesting idea, but or my younger self 40 years ago got a decade on you. You're so old. Oh my goodness. Nah, just making hobbies, understanding stuff, spending money on stuff, but now I do get the principle. And once you get the principle, the only thing I still don't get is the alternate left outputs. What? So that one is gone now. Okay. I started in my living room at 19. Yeah, I started DJing at I was a collector for 10 years before I actually started buying Technics record players and a mixer and mixing techno at home. Boom, boom, boom. My mom went crazy. Time is your greatest adversary in life, hence my name. Interesting. Yeah, but and then I made radio voluntarily, not on a paid station. It was an alternative radio station here in Luxembourg. It's still active. They moved to a better place, and they're still active, but it changed a lot since I was there. I don't even listen to it anymore because the stuff all the interesting shows they had, they're all gone. There were two brothers who made, they had two shows, one with metal stuff, and one they actually focused on the local music scene. There was one guy who had a show about electronic music, but your old school stuff, Berlin School, and psychedelic shows and blues shows. I still think their oldest show might be still running. There was a show for people who have family or friends in jail, so they could send in requests and messages through the radio show to get kind of communication. That was a pretty cool idea. They have also a program for young students to get into the radio mixing, doing stuff, to make their own shows with mostly their own teachers who are into that kind of stuff. It's a program in collaboration with the government, I think. We had a listener from the station in Tampa, alone, and my mixer. Yeah, I started out with one show on Mondays every 2 weeks, with mostly focused on experimental industrial noise kind of stuff, ambient and IDM and stuff like that. Through that I had made connections with people like Stefan Alt from Anzen, and later I started mixing shows, and I had an after-hour show from Sunday mornings 4 a.m. till 9. I was young back then. So I went to sleep, got up, made my way up there. I made my 5-hour mixing show, and then often got phoned up. Hey, you want to go to an after party? Oh yeah, techno. Crazy times. Then suddenly I lost in. I was actually one of the most active when it comes to shows and connections. I had connections, and because I sat there, and that was before the internet and stuff. I wrote letters and emails to labels to say, hey, I have an alternative radio show. Can you send me demos and whatever you got? And promo stuff. And I send out hundreds of letters to all kinds of labels, mostly in Germany. And actually, I got a few responses. I had received stuff from Prophecy Production in Germany. I made contact with a promotion lady that worked at a very big label in Frankfurt, and when she actually moved out to Berlin, I had contact with Stefan Betke from Pole, and she's still active in Berlin. She has DJ shows in Tresor. Barbara Preisinger, very German name. And yeah, Stefan Alt from And Zen. He didn't send me promos though. They answered, you can get our catalog for 10 to 20% off. So you made an order and then pay less. But the funny thing is, when I made an order, so I would order 10 CDs or stuff like that, and then I get the package, and I had a lot of promo stuff in there, like picture discs and 10-inch singles and all kinds of crazy stuff. So you guys use Discord. I have a musician song. People who want to be active in self-help stuff. I am on many Discords. You could I do have the link for the Reaper in my description here. Yes. Let's see. I'm just gonna copy your. Oops. Let's see. No. Where am I? Should work. I use it especially for the Reaper stuff, and I'm on Dash Glitch. Data Bros isn't quite active. Alex Reed isn't quite active either. Others like Projector, Alchemy, of course, Venus Theory, well, quite active. Dash Glitch also, mostly on Reaper stuff, Mike's Discord, and did join some like Minimal Audio, Faceplant, Kilohertz, and Soundpaint. I do have my old Twitch friends, but they're mostly painters. So, it's time for. I think I'm going to have a short break. I need something to drink. Be right back. I'm back. Back. Yeah, Mike. I did ask Mike because his Discord is actually free available. You can join anytime. But some Discords might have limitations for invites and stuff like that. Yeah. I will point you to resource production. Complete producing that one. I'm actually on Jazz Dude's Cubase server. Not very active, but and I don't use Cubase, so. But still thinking about it. One day might. But my edition did a listening room with a few years back. I'll tell you that's not really his 40. I've seen COVID death. I learned by doing a decade of dabbling my gear. All wasted. Now I have time to dive into things more. Yeah. Try to keep things up to date when life gets in the way of living your. Yeah. I think when you got a hobby, even like making music, it's especially when you got a job. You get home. Sometimes you get, depending on the job you do, you get a bit more tired. Takes a lot of time, effort, and times. Who said? Yeah, sometimes you got people who stop being active. I know, like, for example, just make a big name like Venus Theory, who was very active on producing quite a lot, and then he slowed down, make less, and now videos popping up once a month or something like that. It takes more time to making them more philosophical, and now the job gets in the way. He made production for a video game. We're quite proud of it, apparently. I'm 50. I need to run to the store quick. Oh, still open. Yeah. Content provider burnout. I recently he was one or twice in my chat, and he's German. He had a channel. He did made quite few interesting videos, mostly plug-in stuff. And last time I checked, he's not very active. And I commented on his last video. We didn't get many views. I said, "Oh, I hope you're still alive." And he answered, "Yeah, all okay, but apparently some troll was bothering him, so he got a bit frustrated." Understandable. Even no matter what kind of content, if you got a small channel, you kind of still avoid it. But if your channel grows, you might get people who, I don't know, getting into the nitty-gritty stuff and trolls and whatever. So, I count on not regular monthly stream. Like there was one guy who was active on Odo's Discord. Odo makes streams about Bitwig, and he also makes video tutorials in German and English for Bitwig stuff. And he streams normally once a week. And there was one guy on his server, and suddenly he started to make content on Bitwig, and he streamed. The thing is, his streams, I once said, why actually streaming? He's talking, what you understand no word what he's saying, because he talks like, I'm gonna try, I'm gonna try, like that. That's not good for streams. If you stream, you have to talk like in a radio show. People want to hear what you're talking about, like Alchemy does. It's quite successful with it. Like, mumblecore. I don't like mumble people at all. If you don't want to talk, just don't. And I mentioned in a comment, why are you actually mumbling? And he said, yeah, while I'm streaming, I'm mostly talking to myself. Then it would be best actually not to stream, actually. But he also produced on Udemy, or the academy stuff, professional courses. I'm not sure if he's actually selling quite a lot of those courses. I don't know. Perfect voice for production. I have a radio voice. It's maybe my professional OBS plugin series who makes my voice for. But I'm trying not to. I do mumble. Eddie, it's too loud. It's Eddie makes. Eddie makes VCV videos, so might check his channel. Eddie is our German VCV rack specialist. I have a face for radio. Me too. Let's see if let's clear patch. Is there actually delay filter? There's no reverb. That's not good. Let's see if I do picture. And then picture. Wait. Let's just experiment. Left to right. Okay, why chef let's make granular. Let's go crazy here. Stereo gain now. No. It's making like this. See if it's working. Oh, they play. I don't get any output, so. Not sure if that works. It is running. Oh, that didn't work. So let's see. Clear. Let's load. Picture. Oops. And the picture. Let's just test how it's working. So I actually can slow it down. Actually pretty crazy. Let's see if I do grain delay. No. Let's load it there. Oh, that's crazy. That's pretty crazy. And actually freeze it. Let's save that. Save preset. Pitched brains. Experiments also called plain rat. Face for home. Yeah, actually, when you mention it, there's no reverb. But this is the old version. So let's experiment. Let's go completely crazy. Because there is a reverb here. Just that's the crazy stuff. Might reduce the input and output a bit. Let's load another favorite here. When you imagine how the sample started, when you just unload the effects. That's the original. That's the effect. I use airwaves control all the time. Love non-linear place. Just switched from Reaper to Ableton 2 days ago. Yeah, actually, if you're happy, I'm never. I don't recommend plugins, and I don't recommend DAWs. You use the tool that you're most familiar with it, like Eddie Boza has VCV Rack. Some have hardware, some have DAWs, some prefer using multiple, even multiple DAWs. So I know Projector arranges in Ableton and mixes and masters his tracks in Reaper because it's easier for him, at least for him, understandable. But like Viral Beats, he's using Apple and Logic. So there are people who tend to, oh, you have to use that and nothing else. That is awesome. That is like, I think it's like you have to use, I don't know, DeWalt, or if you cut down trees, you have to use a certain brand of stuff, and I don't know, except for a few details, I have everything. It's or in Ableton. Yeah, it depends also what you do, because depending on the music you do, like imagine you are someone who does a lot of classical scoring. You don't get Ableton. You like I don't know, Pro Tools or Cubase. Was a good DAW to start with. Yeah, not trying. Yeah, it's. I think like Polarity, who has his clickbait title sometimes when he makes his video. Bitwig is the best. But I actually have the light version of Ableton, and it's not for me. I'm not. The UI I don't like. The rack system I don't really like. That's why I have trouble actually using Bitwig, because everybody has a certain workflow and way of thinking. So for some, like I did pay for Renoise because I actually thought that's an interesting concept to get a tracker. But I played around with it a bit, and then I said, ooh, that's way out of my league. So, and the problem is, like for Renoise, I just found 2 channels who actually have kind of tutorials on how it works, but there's one who actually, his tutorials are, in the end, you don't get anything. Why multiple doors? Because you know what sounds better where, works better faster way. Yeah, it's I mean, you could actually, even when you look at when the hardware jams, you get people who actually just use one sampler, and that's it. Sampler, mix, or audio interface, and then that's it. Or some actually just buys an MPC or a push, and that's it, or synthesizer, or whatever. And I'm like a bit like a friend Kai Jürgen, who, funny enough, he uses Ableton, he uses Cubase, he has Reaper, and sometimes he uses plugins. Sometimes you get NFRs, and sometimes you have to buy them. But he's also, I want to try them out. I want to experiment. Just having fun. But, and then you can't say, oh, you have to use Ableton, that's the best program ever. If you don't get it, you're a loser. Or it's like apparently the FL Studio users who get dissed by other people. Oh, what? You're using FL Studio, and that's bullshit. That's kid stuff. Well, artists, doesn't matter what tools you use to create. The art we create is the important thing. Yeah, exactly. I'm a loser, baby. Yeah. But sometimes you get other people's chat with streamers, like I clearly remember like Martin Stürzer, who is a long-time Ableton user, and every now and then you got people in his streams or premieres or whatever he does on Sundays, and you got people, hey, Martin, why don't you use Bitwig, or why don't you use Pro Tools, or why don't you use this and that? And he once answered, because I know how it works. Because I'm using it for 10 years. I know every ins and outs. My workflow is adapted to it. Why should I switch? Now he started using Bitwig sometimes, but he mostly uses Ableton because it works for him. And that's pretty much fine. Larger power use of any DAW gets me excited. Yeah, it's like the other guy who makes these techno stuff on Ableton. He sometimes streams. Can't remember his name. Pretty well-known producer. And when you see this guy actually doing stuff in Ableton, I go, what the heck? How does he do that? That's the problem I've been using. Yeah, it's now simply wants to get a dope Reaper. Yeah, that's the downside of Reaper. That you don't get any. You have to get almost everything from the outside or scripts, or that's, for some it's a downside, but that was no, it's I'm not even quite sure if I have his channel still. Not sure. Oh my goodness, FrameMaker. Oh my goodness. I think years ago I had a cracked version of FrameMaker. I think it didn't really start. It was installed, but It launched once and then launched twice. But yeah. Connection with a native machine. Yeah, it's but the thing is, you get people actually using specific software. Like, I know there are YouTube channels out there. There's one who actually specialized in using Audacity for podcasting. And Audacity is free. It has multiple channels and stuff like that. And yeah, he does it. All his content is on Audacity. He doesn't need anything else. So, it's a tool, and you have to learn the tool. Something like that. I actually use I use Audacity for like desktop recording, and I use it with the new OpenVino AI stuff for stem separation, for dialogue separation and background noise and stuff. But I have a plan to test Acon Digital, their suite for mastering stuff. I do have WaveLab elements. The thing is, I even checked, even if I would upgrade, WaveLab doesn't have stem separation. What's kind of downside, and upgrading is very expensive. Even if I have WaveLab elements and I would upgrade to Pro, still have to pay $400. So no thanks. I still use it for some stuff, but I might demo Acoustica from Acon Digital and see if the stem separation works for me. So I might grab that one. So I just use sample, normalize, and fade in and out. Yeah, Audacity, it's not really a music tool. It's mostly a recording tool. That's the problem with DAWs. You focus too much on the tool instead of the work. Like me blabbling here and actually not getting. But today was more about experimenting and actually, let's see if I. Something else. Oh my goodness. Just from a sample, this was all. Audacity played WaveLab and my stereo. Yeah, I did buy WaveLab elements when it was on a sale. I kind of like it, but then it has some typical Steinberg quirks that I don't really like, and I did have even SoundForge, but that one is, I don't know, I never really liked it. A workflow that lets me produce very quick. Yeah. Exploring is part of the work. And I actually wanted to explore all kinds of stuff. What else is there? Distortion console, don't know what that is. Clippers, bass, ambience, pitch delay, tape. I think that's one is a new one. Filters. His name is Crunchy Grooveware. Grooveware, Pookie, Vibrato, Tape Dust. Don't know what ditters are, but McKitty. Crazy stuff. Whiteness, yes, smooth. B-quad stack, base. Clear coat, pitch delay. Oh. Let's see the manual. How big it is. It's not very big. Okay, let me draw. Oh. Okay. Oh my goodness! 4-track tape and razor blade in the dream world. Yeah, when you imagine the possibilities of modern, some old people, producers or musicians said, the digital age, like the Pro Tools age, destroyed music. Like saying auto-tune destroyed singing, or they're just tools. I mean, when you go back in time, I mean, when you look at the history of recorded music, well, you got the first records, and you got gramophones, and suddenly you got the vinyls, and then you got the mono recordings, the singles, and suddenly all stereo. Wow. And mixers, multi-channel mixers, and then you got tape recorders, and you can make loops with tapes, and then you look at experiments like the Beatles did, and stuff like that, and then the psychedelic era, and then the 70s with prog rock and all kinds of crazy stuff. It always comes with the innovation like delays and spring reverbs and bigger consoles like 24 channel, 48 channels, and all kinds of crazy stuff. And then suddenly the digital age, you can cut up everything, and the music changed with the production tools. Like hip-hop wouldn't even be possible without the sampler. Yeah, you could actually do a DJ and scratch and mix and then rap over it. That's how it started. But the sampler made it easy to make. And then you got the drum machines and the synthesizers, and it's all. And now you got look at people like Aphex Twin, who sit around hours in the studio cutting up loops and doing all kind of crazy stuff to publish his music. It's totally nuts. In 90s and 2000 and Crocodile Tear and that's how I went about the past. Yeah. Just look at Rick Beato, who always he lives in his old past, and the Beatles and Hendrix and Stones and Led Zeppelin and whatever. Yeah, it's great music, great recordings. You can say these days there's a lot of crap published, but the crap was already published in the 50s. When you look at the rock and roll age, and then the whitewashing and the smoothing of rock and roll and stuff like that happened in the the popular stuff. When you watch some old stuff and you hear, what the heck did they do? They even tried to smooth Elvis. It was too revolutionary, and I mean, there's always stuff that you well, the analog hype is far from over because of the natural fuzziness. So, there's still people buying vinyl and tapes and whatever. But it's like I recently there is a guy who has a YouTube channel. It's quite funny. He works a lot with tape, like tape recorders and small cassette tapes, because he apparently he records everything he does on tape to get a certain sound. That's very unusual because, first of all, to find tape recorders these days that still work, that's quite an achievement. And then to make music with tape recorders, it's or like Heinbach, who uses machines that were made in the 30s, 40s, 50s for radio stations and all kinds of crazy instruments. I don't know, it just sounds cool. Yeah, some try to imitate tape usage and VHS plugins and vinyl crackling and make it sound analog with a digital plugin. But crazy stuff. You could actually make a whole chain, even go more crazy if you like if you use an EQ after that. Let's use a simple one now. EQ. I'll make it dynamic, right? More. Totally transforming a sample here, like crazy here. Just with one sample. All of this words is a preset called 32 add record noise. Sound design, Twitch stream. I mean, there's so many possibilities. You could, like sometimes he started streaming a bit late. Alchemy, when he makes his beats, I'm pretty lost when I see his chaos in Bitwig when he lays out his, but he has a certain way of doing things. It's pretty crazy what he does, and when you listen to the stuff that comes out and you see the chaos, and you go, oh, that doesn't really sound like chaos. It's a very crazy beat. But the same when you look at Dash Glitch, when he does his stuff, he is into his specific genres, mostly psychedelic, and it sounds amazing what he does. I couldn't do that. Or even Projector when he produces stuff. These guys know they have their workflow, and it's like maybe a guy who plays guitar who sits there for hours playing around and experimenting and with the sound and pedals and amps and recording stuff and experimenting. Because there's one thing people ignore, that art isn't created with a magic button. Yeah, these days with you can use AI with a prompt, one button, and yeah, that's it. So that's the easy way. But the other stuff, when you listen to people doing stuff, painters, sculptors, musicians, writers, it's not made in 2 minutes. There was crap music in every area. My dad was born in 1927, of big band, swing, jazz. Very cool. Just sleepy and she said. Say to me, Taylor Swift about equal. Well, she looks better in his Swift. Fish. Oh yeah, fish is. it's like it's taste. You can. There's some people listening to stuff like people listening to Japanese noisecore. For something, who heard that? That's just noise. That's distortion and screaming and all kind. Or like really harsh industrial. Not. I don't talk about 9-inch nails. Real industrial like throbbing crystal, or the early einstürzende Neubauten, or Haus Arafna, or Muslim goals, stuff like that, or Esplendor Geometrico, the harsh stuff. That's not for everybody. That stuff, and even like you listen to the stuff that got published by Cyro Chamber. The channel is they're even on YouTube. That's hours and hours of dark, gritty ambient with just washes of noise and industrial sounding effects somewhere in the background, and very spooky, an assault on the senses. Yeah, me too. Depends on my moods, but there are people who say, "Well, that's not music. That's noise." It's like people who say heavy metal. Oh, that's noise. They're screaming. But when you look at some metal stuff like mathcore or technical death metal, these guys know how to play. There's like crazy stuff what they do, and like progressive metal and all kinds of different means. Korean noise still working on the definition. Amplified, clarinet, and slap on whammy bound. But that's like when I always heard about them, and I actually never got the chance on hearing stuff from him was Karl-Heinz Stockhausen. And the first time I think it was on TV, there was a documentary about him, and then they showed an excerpt of his orchestral stuff, and I said, "What the heck is that? That's just cacophony, noisy, crazy. What the heck?" What you see? And this guy actually, yeah, he played in like he played this thing live. You or like the grandfather of granular synthesis, this Greek guy who lived in France, who had a very specific way of composing. It was almost like math on paper. When you listen to the stuff and you think, that's not classical music. So it's weird. Or like avant-garde jazz. The classic electronic music, Stockhausen major. Yeah, Stockhausen is. It's like when you listen to the early production, musique concrète. That's mostly noise. It's some live recordings of. I think one of the first record published was a recording of a train going through tape loops and stuff like that. It's very experimental. It's not to listen to. Oh, that's nice music. So, yeah, Karl-Heinz Stockhausen. His son, he has a YouTube channel, and he makes pretty interesting videos. He does do composing too with orchestral stuff, but he also very into electronic music. So he's maybe not as famous as his dad, but music and critique, Zappa. Yeah, like Zappa isn't for everybody. So, but someone actually said, do you have to please everybody? I think Zappa didn't please anybody. He pleased himself. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Like someone listened to drone music, or like going to a show with Sano. For 3 hours. Oh, you saw Frank Zappa. I don't. I actually had. What still bothers me, I had his record collection on a hard drive, like many other stuff, and that one was destroyed. But his output was I was never really. It was a bit too weird for me, too odd. I don't know. Some stuff, yeah, but most of stuff. I did once seen a documentary about when he was on tour and he played a concert in Italy where his family, very, I think it was his grandfather who came from the region, they invited him to play there. Was quite chaotic because they didn't really. What the fuck is he doing here? Yeah, it's very, very special. Children in high school, you an older sister had Zappa out. Yeah, with Italian roots. It's Eno was one of these guys who just makes stuff. Eno, let's take whatever you like, a buckler easel, and then tweak the buttons around like crazy and record his stuff. That sounds good. Eno is okay when it doesn't sing. Yeah, he's but many, when you look at like Jean-Michel Jarre, who was actually getting into music and experimenting with the mindset of musique concrète, like Stockhausen, going into a recording studio and then tweaking around with machines, kind of like Yoko. Nobody is like Yoko. Oh my goodness, Yoko. Yeah. That one, that's like, yeah, she actually had success with something, just screaming into a mic. And everybody goes, what the heck? That video with Chuck Berry. Yeah, exactly. What is that? Cut it. Cut the microphone. Cut it. But she was convinced. She absolutely is. I make my stuff. It's how did she call it? It's like the she has a name for it, like the original something like that. I don't know. She has a name for that kind of stuff. When he cars and clockwork. Yeah, it's anyway. Spectre Yoko Ono, their main weapon is surprise rather than fear amongst the weapon. It's not just the Spanish Inquisition. They should have grabbed her. But I do get the mindset of Yoko. Just do whatever you please, but people don't, and she doesn't care if people say, "Hey, you can't sing. You're just screaming." Yeah, but it's crazy stuff. I'm actually pretty surprised how it turned out just by experimenting with one sample. Absolutely crazy. Oh my goodness. Miss Kiani. I might. That's an experiment. It's still a bit. I have this one. It's the free. I still thinking about getting, because Plugin Boutique has everything. And always. Let me check. It's the brands HY. Because they have filters, but I might not grab it because I'm planning actually grabbing the Polyverse filter. Because FX bundle, yeah, it's the same, pretty much the same price, a bit more, and it's 3 filters, so might be that the Polyverse is a bit more modern. Look, one will never flash really 2 power ping for it. Yeah. I actually never experimented with this. Well, you got 2. Okay. 2 different. They are presets? There are no presets. The randomizer doesn't work. It's just a free version, so... Interesting just by randomizing how crazy this free stuff actually is. So, you all legend waiting for your time in life. Who knows? I may be famous one day. I do know that Data Bros has a similar way of working his stuff. Just adding all kinds of crazy plugins to actually totally transform a sound, and could experiment for days just with one sample and adding even more crazy stuff and then combining and like, oh, just look at it, you just see like this, like render it out. Doesn't look like it worked. Don't know what it did. Why didn't it actually work? Let's try again. It should actually place a new track. Why didn't it work? That's odd. Let's try something else. If you do that, sound design. Instead of adding plugins here, like paralleling them across the mixer, automation. Well, you could actually like using containers that works pretty like the racks in Ableton or Bitwig goes way more complex, stacking and all kinds of. Let's see. I did switch something here. Let's see. In my preferences, I might have to change a bit. Not sure. After Effects supplier. Because I do wonder why that script didn't work. If I do that's sort of like rendering, and does it have the same result? Why does it do that? It's even more different. Yeah, I'm testing. Hey, FX. I was confident I'll be back here again. We're mostly talking. Doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Because I had other scripts, and I did take them out. Because I had these. The Archie, and bounce. There are so many stuff in there, and these actually some didn't work. When you check, there are differences. Might have to check them again, which one is actually better than the other one. I'm slowly getting late, and let's see if time to close down. Been streaming for quite a while, and now I do know how quadrant works. Yay! We transformed the sample. We didn't make a hit. That's for next one. That's the next project. Make a pop song and be #1 in every country. Yeah, time to go into the feathers. So thanks for watching. Hearing me babbling about crazy stuff. You are not ever. Not yet. I do know how they produce their stuff. Haha. So that might be the next disco hit. Yeah, see you. I'm not sure if I'm still on. Let's see if I do another spontaneous one. Otherwise, see you on Saturday. And then let's see what we're gonna experiment then. So enjoy day, evening, night. Go to bed or stay up. So see ya. Cheers. Bye.